Hi, good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, possibly to some of you. Welcome to day 5, I think, of the conference. And we are going to spend a lot of this morning, or at least this morning here in the UK, and early afternoon discussing the electric guitar. So we are going to first start out with a set of lectures. And our first lecture this morning is by Jonathan Fitzgerald. Jonathan is a performer, a teacher, and an artistic researcher. And his paper is going to examine the use of visual projections and visual effects in works for electric guitar. Here's Jonathan.
This is going to be a lecture recital in which I'll discuss and then perform 2 works that I've commissioned, which form part of a larger commissioning project. So to provide you with some context, I'm principally a classical guitarist, but I've become increasingly interested in the expressive possibilities of the electric guitar, the ease with which it can be completely transformed through electronic processing, and particularly its pairing with visual elements to create immersive multimedia works. So as I began exploring the existing repertoire for solo electric guitar and visuals, I was surprised to discover that there actually wasn't a tremendous amount of repertoire, and I couldn't find a single work by an Australian composer, which prompted me to undertake this project. So 2 works that I've commissioned have already been completed, one by Icelandic composer Guli Bjornsson and one by Australian composer Victor Arul, which I believe is the first work for solo electric guitar and visuals by an Australian composer, though I'm very happy to be proven wrong on that point if anybody is aware of a work that I haven't discovered. So I'll give you a brief overview of the existing works for solo electric guitar and visuals, but the central issue that I'll focus on is the visuals' relationship to the music. Now, the study of audiovisual works and the interaction between sound and vision is an immense field, but obviously due to the time constraints here, the discussion will be very surface level and really just focused on this one element, and that is how the visuals relate to the music. So the 34 works that I've identified span a continuum of approaches. On one end of the spectrum, we have visuals that are fixed, and music that is perhaps inspired by the visuals, but there's no direct interaction between them. So this could be maybe a painting or a still image, or a pre-recorded video which is independent of the music and simply plays back over the course of the performance. So American composer Matthew McCabe's work Snowfall is an excellent example of this approach. The music is what the composer calls a directed improvisation, and the visual element is a pre-recorded video of snow falling in someone's backyard. So let's have a quick listen to an excerpt. This is from the premiere performance in 2015 at the Schwab School of Music in Columbus, Georgia, and the performer is Neil Lucas. So as we can see, the video is fixed. It's the same static shot for the entire 8-minute piece. The visuals are not audio reactive. Visual events are not directly represented in the music or vice versa. The only connection between music and visuals is just sort of the general character. The spacious, contemplative improvisation creates a sense of calm and stasis that matches the unchanging view of snow falling. At the other end of the spectrum, we have visuals and audio which are interdependent. So this could be interactive visuals formed in real-time response to the sounds of a live performance, or music that represents visual events, perhaps not unlike sound effects in a film. A good example of this approach is Italian composer Alessandro Parini's 2010 work La Escritura del Dios, which means God's writing. It's for electric guitar, live electronics, and interactive video. So let's have a quick listen to an excerpt and pay particular attention to the relationship between what you're hearing and what you're seeing on the screens behind the performer. So as we can see, the work uses multiple screens and lighting effects which are reactive to the music and could be classified as visual music. So traditional visual music dates back to the 1920s and is associated with an artist's abstract representation of sound. In contemporary practice, that definition has expanded a bit and become something of an umbrella term which, in its broadest sense, is simply the translation of music or sound into a related visual presentation. So these two works represent the extremes. On the one hand, we have a work with no direct interaction between sound and visuals. And on the other hand, we have a work with a direct one-to-one relationship where sonic events are represented visually. And then, of course, we have a myriad of works that are somewhere in the middle, which I won't have time to discuss, but it's helpful to at least know the boundaries within which we're working. So on to the two works that I've commissioned. So these are firmly on the visual music end of the spectrum, in that the visuals are dependent upon and reactive to the audio. So the first piece that I'll perform is Acratia by Victor Arul. Victor is a composer who's currently pursuing postgraduate study at the Melbourne Conservatorium of Music. And this work is his first foray into composing with visuals. It's for electric guitar, live electronic processing in Ableton, and live visuals in Max. It's actually a funny story how this work came about. So Victor is known for quite virtuosic writing and sort of dense wall of sound textures, and knowing this, when I approached Victor to write a piece for me, I made a tongue-in-cheek comment that I refused to play any rhythm faster than a semi-breve, which is a whole note. And I discovered a month later that Victor took what I intended to be a humorous comment very literally. And we had a good laugh about it, but for Victor the idea stuck, and he set himself the challenge to write a work that is very spacious with quite sparse materials, something very different to what Victor would normally write. So the visuals are interactive three-dimensional objects in black space, which respond in real time to the sounds of the live performance and are directly correlated to the input amplitude. That is to say, the louder the sound, the bigger and the more opaque the object. So the work is divided into three sections. The first uses preparations and proportional notation and focuses on the sound of alligator clips rebounding off the strings. So here the visuals take the form of a constantly morphing, rotating sheet that shifts in transparency so that it never forms a solid shape. The middle section, in contrast, is precisely notated, and the guitar is played normally without preparations. This change is marked visually as a shift from the morphing sheet to multiple copies of a randomly generated geometric shape whose color changes based upon the musical gesture. And the third and final section again uses preparations in the form of alligator clips and a metal rod inserted through the strings. The guitar is played with a bass bow, by running twine through the strings, with a glass slide, and all of this with heavy distortion and effects that creates a wall of sound. And this is matched with essentially a visual wall formed by a complex line structure that changes with the saturation of inharmonic partials. One of the elements that I haven't discussed is the role of the performer in a work like this. So I've discovered in this work in particular the theatrics of the live performance, the flicking of the alligator clips, the pulling of the twine through the strings, the movement of the bass bow. That is actually the primary source of visual interest for the audience and is really critical for the success of this work. The visuals that Victor has created are almost secondary to that, and in some ways fall victim to what is sort of the primary criticism of visual music, that is a one-to-one direct relationship between sound and vision can become quite sterile and predictable. Now, having said all that, unfortunately, due to technical limitations on my end, for this performance, you'll just be seeing the visuals and not me performing. My apologies for that. This is Acratia by Victor Arul. Guli Bjornsson is a composer who has really carved out a niche creating multimedia works. So Guli is from Iceland, but is currently living in the US, pursuing a PhD at Princeton, and I think actually presenting at this conference. Guli's work is actually what got me interested in works for guitar and visuals, so I was really excited that he agreed to write this piece for me. So the work is for electric guitar, live electronics and visuals, all of which are done with Max. So the title translates to black and white clouds in the sky, and it was inspired by the dual nature of clouds. They can be peaceful and beautiful, but they can also quickly become an ominous source of fear and destruction. So the guitar is played traditionally, and the piece is written entirely in standard notation, but the instrument is processed to such a degree that it's totally unrecognizable as a guitar. So I won't go into detail with regard to the audio processing in Max, other than to point out the rhythmic envelope generator. So he's used a step sequencer to basically create rhythmic patterns out of sound disappearing from the texture. And this is one of the most prominent elements in the piece. The effects transform over the course of the work, and there's a counter on the Max patch for the performer to line up the score with the effects. A separate Max patch handles the visuals, which are based around manipulations of a short clip of moving cloud formations. So here's what the original clip looks like, and here's what he's done to it. So he's looped the clip, making the loop endpoint random. It's been changed to black and white and the color matrix inverted. The amount of inversion is what's audio reactive. So if there's no sound, the screen is black. At the loudest points of the piece, the screen is almost entirely white. And in the middle, these swirling, ominous cloud formations emerge using controlled randomization. So unlike Victor's work, which really needs the live performer to provide visual interest, I think Guli's work stands on its own. So I'll perform it now, and again, you'll just be seeing the visuals. So I'm currently awaiting the outcome on a couple of grant applications to fund 2 additional works. One is a collaboration between a West Australian composer and filmmaker, and the other is a work for electric guitar, bass clarinet, electronics, and visuals by a Sydney-based composer. So if successful, hopefully I'll be able to make a meaningful contribution to the repertoire of this unusual combination. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Jonathan. That was an incredible presentation and really beautiful, captivating works there. Thank you.
Oh, thanks so much, Kate. Really appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. So I have just a couple questions, if possible.
Sure.
There, again, what struck me at the beginning and reading through your abstract and seeing the start of your presentation and then watching your work, there are so many intersections here, right? So I was wondering if possibly you could talk a little bit about your role as commissioner, collaborator, performer, and maybe how these two particular pieces came into being?
Sure. Well, it's really interesting because these two pieces, the process of commissioning could not have been more different. So for Victor's piece, for Acracia, it was very much sort of a collaborative process the whole way through, where Victor would sort of come into my office with a score with just sort of very sparse markings, and then it's me sort of sorting out, okay, how am I going to make this sound? How am I going to make this work? And a lot of going back and forth, a lot of meetings, demonstrating things for him, and then tweaking. So that was a serious collaboration. Guli, on the other hand, it was just sort of a brief, and then he just wrote the piece and sent me off the finished version, and that was it. So I guess it sort of represents the two paths that you can go down when you do this sort of thing. But both of them have been quite enjoyable, and I think both of them turned out pretty well.
Yeah, fantastic. May I ask, one of the topics that has come up this week, and I think will come up today quite a bit, is the, working with non-guitarist composers, and the benefits of that, and then some of the problems that can be encountered, and especially then with what the guitar is, and then the sonic world around the guitar. What there is available to work with. So with that being said, were your composers guitarists themselves, and how did that work?
Yeah, so Guli Bjornsson is a guitarist, and he actually presented yesterday, I think. So I got to watch his presentation after the fact, which was wonderful. So he's a serious player. So he knows sort of, all the tricks and all the sort of idiomatic way to write things and make things work. So that was just a smooth, easy process. Victor, on the other hand, is not a player. He doesn't play the instrument. But thankfully, the piece is structured in such a way that much of it is sort of extended techniques. So it became sort of less about sort of the mechanics of actual guitar playing and just finding ways to make new sounds. And that was just sort of a process of experimentation, sort of sitting down with Victor, and then of course the sort of the heavy processing that he used, just literally sitting in my office with Ableton, the guitar plugged in, and just seeing what happens.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so interesting there, right? Talking about two very different commissions, but then also two very different experiences.
Yeah.
And in some ways, again, that's what I was struck by watching the pieces too, pieces that had clear overlaps, but also just these real characters in them, in and of themselves, right? Can I possibly then ask, I'm not sure, I don't think we have any current questions online. Perhaps I can ask one more question.
Please, sure.
Can you then give us a little bit of insight? I know you mentioned in your presentation that it was just going to be the visuals and the music. Can you situate a little bit for us your experience with these pieces in terms of live performance?
Sure.
Then, when that third intersection kind of comes into play?
Sure, and the quick answer to that is that they haven't happened because of COVID basically canceled everything. So Victor's piece, Acracia, has been performed live without the visuals. So it was sort of originally conceived as just a sort of an abstract concert music, and the visuals came later. And Guli's piece has not seen a live performance yet. Hopefully this year, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, right? That's the word of this half of the past year, right? Oh, fantastic. Well, I look forward to hearing about that. I think, Eleanor, good morning or good afternoon or good evening. Eleanor, did you have a question that you could jump in with?
Still morning in Italy.
Good morning.
Yes, thanks, Kate. Thanks, Jonathan. Very interesting topic. I'm always as an interpreter and also as a teacher when I work with a student in Bern who choose to play pieces with a video, interactive video, or just a video that runs during the piece. And it's that the video is strong. And sometimes I feel the risk also when I'm performing that the music gets kind of musical landscape to what we are watching, you know, so that the mind gets a bit more focused on the video than on both together. So what do you think in your experience that makes the project enough strong from musical side that the two things stays always together when you perform, when you watch them, you know? So it's more the ability of the composer, is how you decide to perform the piece. What do you think about that? Because for me, it's an important question.
Sure, sure. And I'm not sure that there's an easy answer to that, actually. When these do get performed live, the intention is to have sort of a large wall behind me with the video projected on, and then I would be sort of standing or sitting in front of that, so the audience sees both me as the performer and the visuals behind. But I think for both of these works, they're primarily conceived as sort of concert music. And the way I view them, at least, the visuals are there sort of responding to and sort of enhancing the musical experience. So for me, I don't feel that in these, the visuals are sort of independent enough that they're going to overwhelm the audio, the music experience. But I think in many of the works that I had sort of looked at but didn't have time to talk about, it's almost sort of like a documentary film. And the music is really just there to sort of highlight events that are happening in the visuals. So I think in a piece like that, the hierarchy is the vision is the most important, the sort of the music, the audio is secondary. I think in these pieces, at least, that relationship is flipped. So that may not have been a very clear answer to your question, but that's sort of the way I see these as primarily music.
Yeah. So in some way, you think that when we perform and we are on the scene, I mean, inside the video, together with the video, then this makes the situation stronger in some way.
I think so, yeah. And one of the ideas with Victor's piece, which we may not be able to make happen, is to actually do a 360-degree video. So you've got all those sort of, shapes sort of moving around people in 360-degree space, just becomes this immersive thing. We'll see if we can pull that off, but that's sort of the end goal of that one.
Yeah, it must have been terrific. That's something. Yeah.
Well, we'll see if we can make it happen, but yeah.
Yeah. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Oh, fantastic. That is so exciting, right? I hear again that this feeling of real immersion and just, sitting here in my little office in the UK, right? And just again, that idea of having that 360 immersion. Amazing. Really fantastic. I'm not sure. I know we're coming right up to time. I'm not sure we have any other questions. Perhaps I can just finish in the last 30 seconds with asking you kind of where next? Where is this project going?
Well, I've commissioned a couple of other works, and actually in the time between when I made that video and now, I found out that those grant applications have not been successful, which is unfortunate. So I'll sort of examine other funding options for that. But the aim is to have a whole sort of concert experience of all audio-visual works for electric guitar and visuals, and we'll try to make that happen in the coming year.
Oh, brilliant. Fantastic. Well, if it's there in Waston, Australia, I hope I get an invitation to come to that, because that would be amazing.
Beautiful.
Thank you so much today, Jonathan, for sharing your work with us.
Pleasure.
And we will see you soon. So we will be back in just a minute with our second presenter. So our second lecture today comes from Carlos Siega, a lecture entitled From the Other Side, New Perspectives Offered by the Backside Amplification System for Electric Guitar. Carlo is a soloist and an ensemble performer, and in his presentation today he'll be discussing his exploration of the sonic results achieved by amplifying an electric guitar from the nut. Over to Carlo.
Good day, everyone. I'm Carlos Siega, guitarist and researcher at the Anton Bruckner Privatuniversität in Linz, Austria. I'm here to present you my exposé entitled From the Other Side, New Perspective Offered by the Backside Amplification System for Electric Guitar. Before starting, I would sincerely love to thank Amy Brandon and Rita Torres for their incredible job to make this conference possible, the scientific committee for having selected my work, and you all for following me through this presentation. The traditional organology of the guitar follows the equal temperament system. It is commonly agreed that the guitar's playable area covers the physical space between the nut, open string, and the bridge, passing through the fingerboard. Here, the guitarist's fingering hands split the string into two portions, therefore redefining also the playable area. The guitar works only by excluding the string portion behind the fingering hand. Throughout this history of guitar making, we have seen many changes and improvements. Innovations reports concern buildings projects rely upon enhancements in body shapes, depth, sizes, and sound qualities. The significant transformation to the fingerboard have been produced accordingly to the changes in the body dimensions. The electric guitar followed a slightly different path. Throughout the 20th century, cultural changes and market demands transformed the guitar building evolution. Within the marketplace, we see a wide range of possibilities in terms of offer. Nowadays, even more factories personalize their instruments' characteristics in terms of body shapes, fingerboard scale length, and electronics to cover and satisfy the necessities of an ever-increasing range of players. The so-called extended techniques of the avant-garde still barely touching the sounding potentials offered beyond and behind the tapping hand. Some investigation traces on the backside area shows only few examples in the artistic production of certain and specific free improvisation practices. One of the first and artistically relevant explorations and attempts in the performance throughout the history of playing the other side of the fingerboard can be traced back into the American composer, guitarist, and incredible improviser Fred Frith Guitar Solos, 1974. Here, Frith elaborated an amplification system able to grab the backside sounds of the fingerboard. It consisted of a proper scaffold on the guitar nut. A magnetic pickup could capture the string's vibrations and afterwards send the pickup signal to the effect chain to the guitar amp through a cable connection. The most potent examples of this system are two short pieces entitled Hello Music and Ghosts, where the backside sounds of the regular ones are highly audible. A documented playing approach and sound mapping have never been formalized yet. It is reasonable to assume that it could create some issues in the sound mapping. As a modeling project built on and after a proper instrument and the instrument itself, Fritz's sonic scaffold required the space of at least 3 frets of the fingerboard, making them worthless. Therefore, an investigation of sounds would partially lose some information within the first section of the fretboard. Within experimental contemporary music for classical guitar, very few compositions address backside notes and their notations. One example is Helmut Höring's Volkswagen 1 Natrium Pentotal. Simon Stein Andersen's piece plays a significant role within this kind of concept repertoire. Beloved Brothers has been explicitly arranged for backside classical guitar. The left side sounds are notated with standard notation, then without mentioning the real ones. Within the repertoire for e-guitar, All the Boys Forgot About You by the Israeli composer Avshalom Ariel questioned the concept concerning the double resonation of the string. Backside range requires proper amplification. Differently from Frith, the composer suggests purchasing a piezo mic or a contact one and to tightly attach it to the guitar headstock using either gaffer tape or some kind of clipper. Herein we have other timbrical and sonic issues. A regular piezo or contact microphone frees the first position of the fingerboard, but it sounds different since it is a proper mic or more similar to a proper mic than a normal pickup. For this reason, it collects also noise returns from the instrument and requires a considerable volume compensation to be equalized with the guitar pickups. Within the music production for classical, acoustic, and electric guitar, what stands out is an historical absence of physical instruments especially built with an onboard amplification system able to gather the backside sounds. Through this presentation, I aim to present you a unique electric guitar prototype with a custom design amplification system able to gather the backside notes. It has been realized in collaboration with the Italian builder Andrea Ballarin, also known as Man Guitars. Since its birth, MAN Guitars has defined its own identity by taking the distances from the historical models of electric guitar and exploring different sonic solutions. During a meeting session at his workshop, we discussed the design project and the realization process to achieve our will. The main issues concern the lack of physical space at the nut for the piezo location. Therefore, the piezo required a preamp to boost the signal and fulfill an equalized output balance with the magnetic pickups inside the guitar body, and its connections cable can pass along the neck. The new fingerboard amplification system realizations required a customized piezo pickup exclusively designed for MAN's workshop. The CAD project design shows the first portion of the neck. The piezo strip is obtained by milling the neck, while the basement is achieved by removing more material than usual from the wooden structure of the neck. The piezo strip is connected to the preamp, located close to the truss rod, and then the piezo preamp's connection cable runs through the neck inside the guitar body and then connected to a potentiometer. It was necessary to prearrange a separate jack output from the guitar body for the piezo to guarantee the grounding. 6 saddles have been finally realized in carbon. It allows to have a light structure and more precise angle correction and a chromatic unit with the nut. Placed at the correspondence of each string, the saddle entirely substitutes the traditional nut. The mapping process has been conducted analyzing only the sonic result out of the piezo system. It has been produced one recording for each string, and each file contains the sound recording of each fret on each string, plucked from behind. Each recording included then 25 sounds, namely from the open string until the backside sound of the 24th fret. Consequently, each backside sound recording has been analyzed. A tabular transcription of the analysis has been designed according to the temperate system, hertz indication, and the tuning amount in cents from the standard notation. The central column splits the table, marking the number of the fretboard frets. The 2 columns of the right side respectively describe the regular notes out of each fingerboard's fret. At the rightest boxes correspond the note frequency and its name and octave position. The column on the left side report the intonation of the backside sound and its detuning in cents. The MAN backside tau satin opens new perspectives concerning the sound research within a not-tempered system. Compared to other at-nut amplification systems, this onboard amplification shows many improvements in structure and reliability. The piezo system allows to grab the backside sound with extreme precision and to gather extra sound as resonations, overtones, and partials produced by the strings. Since the piezo works differently as a magnetic pickup, it also grabs the partial from the regular side. From the acoustic standpoint, the backside sonic relations between note distances and intervals show constant rapports. During the mapping process, just after this analysis of the second strings, was possible to predict the intervals and relations in the next. The range of the backside sound encouraged further scientific investigations. Firstly, a more in-depth understanding of sound realizations within each string and to expand those relations among the others. In the final research stage, we aim to establish new connections between the backside area with the fretboard and the regular notation and the regular sounds environment. Now I conclude my presentation with a brief performance of Ariel's All the Boys Forgot About You for backside electric guitar. Thanks for your attention and enjoy the video.
Thank you, Carlo, for that fascinating presentation and performance. Really interesting to see the kind of the historical development and the usage of the instrument and then your new innovation. So thank you. Unfortunately, Carlo is not able to join us this morning for the question and answer session, but I'm sure he is available for questions and answers via email if you have them. So we will take just a few minutes and then we'll be back with the next presenter.
Hi.
So our next presentation is from Christos Chatspirou. Christos is an experimental jazz guitarist and a PhD candidate at the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. And Christos's presentation today is developing new expressive techniques for the electric guitar with the use of the EBow, inspired by the sound of the free jazz saxophone. Christoph will discuss how the concepts of standard and extended sax techniques can inform the development of new expressive content for the guitar through the use of the EBow. Over to Christos.
Hi. My name is Christos Chatspirou, and today I'm going to talk about my research on developing new expressive techniques for the electric guitar with the use of the EBow, inspired by the sound of the free jazz saxophone. I'll start with a recording that sparked the main question for this research. In 1985, jazz guitarist Pat Metheny and saxophonist Ornette Coleman recorded a collaborative album called Song X. It featured originally 8 tracks, and its 2005 re-release features 6 more previously unreleased tracks. I loved the album, but there was one thing that struck me. I felt more drawn to the expressiveness of the saxophone than the guitars, even though Pat Metheny is one of my musical heroes. It was specifically the nuance in everything that was happening post-attack that caught my interest. It wasn't the first time. The sonic content and improvisational approach of Albert Ayler, Archie Shepp, Anthony Braxton, Peter Brotzman and others was fascinating for me. The question then was, how can the electric guitar's timbre can be augmented with post-attack expression, as demonstrated in the styles of the free jazz saxophonists? Now, there have been already guitarists that have looked into the expressiveness of the jazz saxophone, such as Metheny, Holsworth, Gambale, Rosenwinkel and others, but they mainly focused on the articulation of the saxophone, specifically the fluidity of the legato lines. On the other hand, there have been guitarists that have augmented the timbre of the electric guitar from the 60s to today and have used extended techniques, but their timbre manipulations are suggesting different styles, and none of them seemed relevant to the type of expressiveness that I was after. Jimi Hendrix, Tom Morello, Fred Frith are some representative examples of such guitarists. I investigated a wide array of possible solutions in addressing the question. Bows have been used before experimentally on guitars, but as the bridge of the guitar is not arched, there are many issues with using them effectively and in a varied manner. Furthermore, I didn't want to alter the instrument, but rather to be in a position to jump in and out of a particular setup with ease. Technology offers a wide array of options on that front, and the difficulty in this case was to find a solution that fit the stylistic criteria. I tried different types, from conventional guitar stomp boxes to software such as Ableton and Max MSP. I found that the software option, although very interesting, it did not achieve what I wanted stylistically. It didn't feel as much as playing an instrument, and the sound felt rather cold. On the other hand, stomp boxes were not provided enough to create the textures and the conditions to fully address the issue. The solution came with the use of Sustainaphone technology. Out of the available options, I gravitated to the EBow, as I found it more reliable and versatile to the other solutions, especially when it comes to the extended techniques. Now, the EBow is a battery-powered handheld electronic bow. It features a feedback circuit, which forces the strings to vibrate. It drives one string at a time, while rested on its adjacent strings. It was invented by Greg Head in 1969, introduced in 1976 to the market, and patented in 1978. It has been used in many live and recorded performances. However, its use has been mainly limited in drone content and single string lines. When driving the string, the sound gets brighter and louder when it comes closer to the pickup. It can be used having any of the pickups selected. However, in the bridge pickup selection, the playability is compromised as it is a lot more difficult to press against the strings in order to get more volume. Furthermore, when crossing the strings, the sound of the oboe touching on the resting strings becomes more present. Therefore, it is more commonly used around the neck pickup. It has two settings, the normal and harmonic modes. The harmonic mode suppresses the fundamental pitch and projects higher harmonics. So once the technology was selected, the question was, how do I go about this? What is the process that I need to use? I established a tool to facilitate a rigorous analysis and development of the new expressive content for the electric guitar. My intention was not only to be able to address specifically the current research question, but also to create a model for future use in augmenting the expressive content of my performances, as well as to disseminate amongst the practitioner community a research-informed method for addressing similar questions, which can be tested and generalized as part of a separate study. Now, the expression augmentation model describes the end-to-end process from selecting the target expressive content to deployment of the newly created techniques in real performance scenarios. It runs in three phases: the initiation, then analysis and technique development, and finally deployment in performance. My actions and interactions that contribute to the development of the new expressive techniques are at the center of its focus. It describes an iterative process with embedded feedback loops in the development and deployment phases. So, what did that process produce? It produced a set of oboe techniques corresponding and named after the standard and extended techniques I originally targeted, and 3 hybrid ones. Now, due to time constraints, I'll give a quick presentation of one of them, which is named harmonics over pattern. Now, jazz saxophonists often use that effect of moving rapidly up and down the harmonic series while playing a pattern on the saxophone keys. The technique is mainly controlled by the throat. The outcome is not particularly controlled. It does, however, produce interesting contours which can be deployed effectively in performances. A similar effect can be produced on the guitar with the use of the oboe. It can be played on strings 5 and 6 only, and it works better on the 6th string. Now let's look into that 6th string application. The technique works best when the underlying pattern is played anywhere between frets 5 and 10. While the oboe is driving the string moderately, the palm of the oboe hand needs to be placed above the bridge pickup and pressed down firmly against it. This will modulate the line by approximately a second up. From that point, any further pressure down against the bridge pickup creates intervallic leaps. The effect is not particularly controlled as it requires physical effort and it's difficult to maintain a consistent pressure. It therefore works well as a constantly moving line while the pressure changes. The final pitch adjustment comes from the amount of pressure on the oboe. It can be summarized in 2 movements. The first one comes as a continuation of the palm mute pressure against the pickup when it is at its maximum. And at that point, the fingers need to press the oboe down to the point that it lightly touches on the driven string. This will bring up a set of harmonics depending on the position of the oboe, the palm mute and the fretted notes. The final adjustment comes from applying further pressure to the oboe so that it produces an energy slide. So here's an extract from a recording that features that particular technique and variations of it. Thank you for watching.
Hi, Christos. Thank
Hi,
you.
hi, Kate.
Hi, how are you?
Very well, very well.
Yeah, good. Thank you so much for that wonderful lecture. Gosh, I've got so many questions and so many thoughts came to me. I think we don't have any questions just yet, so I think if I will take the initiative, if that's okay. What struck me possibly immediately was you mentioned really eloquently about how you looked at technology and software and stomp boxes. And I've been very struck, of course, this week by, the realms that our guitar is reaching into in the electric guitar. You were discussing, working with those technologies, but then recognizing that they didn't give you what you wanted to achieve stylistically. And in some ways also what struck me at that point when I first saw the EBow, there is somewhat in the tradition of our electric instrument, the EBow is somewhat of an artifact of that tradition, right? So can you explain a bit more of going through this kind of this beautiful friction between what was at your disposal and how you chose to work with the EBow?
Yeah. So the main thing about the free jazz saxophone that I was looking to not exactly replicate, but just get inspired and create some new techniques on the guitar, some new sounds, was what happens after the attack. And obviously there are different ways you can address that, and truly by using stomp boxes and software, you can address that issue. The thing is, though, I felt like it kind of stopped like feeling like playing an instrument with my hands as I would do an acoustic instrument. So I wanted to have that real-time manipulation happening with my hands, and there's that kind of it's a totally different feel. I want to have the feel that I have when I'm using my plectrum but with a device. So that's how I ended up with the EBow. I have to say the first attempt was not successful. So that EBow was probably the first attempt in addressing this, and then I went back to stomp boxes and software. The thing is, EBow is not very intuitive in using it. So I came back to it, and then with the use of stomp boxes and signal processing, the EBow became more effective. It wasn't just the EBow.
Yeah, fascinating. That again sparks. I'm not sure if you watched part of the presentation yesterday about using the pedal board as instrument, almost then moving away from the instrument as mediator, right? And so again, yes, I think what you're describing there is that, again, that immediacy, that connection with our instrument, which is a really, again, a fascinating grain in all of this use of technology and experimentation, right? And where we end as the players and the technology begins, and mediating that space in between that. We have Mr. Richard Perks, Dr. Richard Perks here to jump in with a question. Morning, Rich.
Morning, guys. How you doing, Christos?
Morning.
That was great. I really enjoyed that. I read your title and was intrigued because I use EBow quite a lot myself. And it sounded, I have to say, it sounded so much more like a saxophone than I was expecting. It was great. It was really impressive. I'm not sure if Kate was answering this when I switched platforms to get in here, actually. It sounded similar. But in terms of control, response, and I guess we might call it haptics or something, in terms of the way the instrument feels when you touch it, I know from using an EBow myself, it varies greatly with each string, and you have to change the angle and stuff like that. So when you're palm muting in conjunction with that, I guess my question is: A, does it help, or B, have you got any tips or tricks of how to refine that or to control it more? Because I would quite like to steal this technique from you at some point, if that's
Absolutely,
okay.
absolutely. So this is it's very difficult to control in terms of pitch. So every time you try it, it won't sound the same. It won't sound quite the same, right? But it will have the same feel like walking up and down the harmonic series, right? So what you need to make sure of is to probably press with a kind of the bony part of the palm against the pickup firmly, and then you'll hear that as you drive the string, it's just that the fingers you're using to hold the E bow need to be a little bit more loose so that the E bow doesn't generate an energy slide. So you press again firmly against the bridge pickup, and then you'll hear that the whatever you're fretting, whichever pitch you're fretting, will probably go a major second up. And the more you press into the pickup, you'll start getting intervallic leaps.
Ah, cool.
Now that obviously that kind of depends on the instrument as well.
Sure.
And I'm using a Les Paul, and it gives me a little bit of leeway to just keep on pressing. Then the next step is to just, if you apply pressure on the E bow while you do that, then you'll get the next series of harmonics happening, the higher harmonics appearing, and then finally you do the energy slide.
Great.
And that will give you that long range.
That's awesome. May I ask one tiny addition as well? Have you had much experience on different models of electric guitar and different types of pickup on the bridge there? Because you know, you like a single coil humbucker versus a wide humbucker, and how does that impact?
Yeah, I think I've obviously with single coils, the E bow doesn't work that well. It gives you a very limited space to work with, and I've looked into a range of saxophone techniques. In some cases, I'm making use of the dead spot between the two hot spots of the humbucker. And obviously with a single coil, you can't have that. So I generally think that the humbucker is the double-sized humbucker is the wide humbucker is the best way to go about when using the E bow.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
No problem myself.
Great, thanks, Rich, and thanks, Christos. We have an online question from Sam Pollock, Pollock, sorry. Sam asks, would you be able to talk a little more about your expression augmentation model and how it can be applied to other types of sounds?
Yeah, so this came about as a way to organize the research and find a tool which will help me streamline the whole process. So I had to identify specific phases for the project and kind of eliminate waste. That kind of comes from project management techniques such as Prince2 or Agile. That's where I looked at to get some kind of structure. Now, there are three phases to this. The initiation, which essentially is the analysis of the expressive content that you're targeting, and then once you have the analysis, you go into the development of the expressiveness you're after. Now, in the main thing that will define how your workflow will be is the relevance of your instrument to the other instrument. So there was a particular thing within that development phase that came up sometime down the line, because I was looking for analogies between how the saxophone sounds are created against how the guitar would approach those sounds. For instance, multiphonics, it was one thing that I was looking at, or false fingerings is probably the best example there. The analogies didn't quite work, and they weren't producing a significant result, nothing different to what we already know on the guitar. So I added one more step in the process there, which was the parallel unstructured experimentation, and it was really just freely trying to play with the guitar, see what sounds can come up, and then if they can eventually be useful to that whole workflow. And funnily enough, just because the two instruments differ so much inherently, that's the part of the process that gave me the most results. Now, one thing to mention here is that although the overall structure comes from project management, it has been tested on other in other uses. I feel that this is part of a separate study, just to look across the board and see how this can be optimized and formalized even better, and it has a application to every instrumentalist.
Do you have specific ideas for kind of case studies, if you will, specific instruments where that seems the next place to kind of go?
Yeah, I mean, I try to touch on it with the current research. So for the current research, I produced 3 albums, and one of them was with it was just a free jazz duet with a drummer. The other 2 were purely guitar based, and I tried to kind of touch on other instruments as well, such as percussion and bass guitar. Sorry, not bass guitar, double bass, and so on. So yes, I mean, for me, coming from a jazz background, the obvious 2 instruments to look at are drums and double bass.
Great, fantastic, very interesting. Yeah, so many applications, right? We have one more online question and statement from Francesca Naibo. Your approach, taking inspiration from other instruments, is really great. I'd love to listen to more of the various sounds and textures you have found. Are there more videos available to get to know more about your research?
Sure. I mean, there will be published soon, as I've submitted my PhD thesis now. So all the materials will be in the public domain very, very soon. There's also a recording out on Bandcamp from one of the albums from the thesis. So it's called Realism, and it's I mean, I can forward the link to my website or to that. So
yeah, that would be great. Amy has posted that we can link to these in the chat also. But so then, yeah, great. There you go. Already done. Look at that. Yeah, great. Fantastic. Well, I know we're almost out of time, I think, and I don't see any more questions at the moment in the chat. I'm not sure if there was anybody else in the Zoom room here who wanted to quickly jump in. But with that being said, we have the link here to your music. Again, just wanted to say thank you. Thanks for coming today and sharing your research, and really fascinating topic. I look forward to hear how it develops further. So thank you so much, Christos.
Thank you.
Thanks. And we will take just a short break before we move on to the next presentation. Hi, so our next presentation is from Alejandro Tentor with the title of Non-Material Aesthetics in Johannes Kreidler's Typogravitism. Alejandro is a guitarist and a musicologist based in Belgium, and the lecture today offers an analysis of Kreidler's piece, which examines the multiplicity of extra musical elements presented within. So over to Alejandro.
Thank you for coming. My name is Alex Tentor. I'm an independent researcher currently finishing my guitar studies at the Royal Conservatoire of Antwerp, Belgium. Typogravitism is a piece for electric guitar and video composed in 2017 by the German composer Johannes Kreidler, who has defined his style as pertaining to the New Conceptualism movement. This poster will explore in what sense the aesthetic goals of the piece stem from its extra musical material. What concrete compositional strategies are used to express its non-material content, and what are the consequences of all these elements from a player's perspective. Kreidler has often cited the ideas of German philosopher Harry Lehmann. His concept of an aesthetic of non-material content, Gehaltsaesthetik, is better understood in oppositional aesthetic. Against this modernist aesthetic, based on each medium's artistic materials, perhaps better expressed in music in the proliferation of compositional movements or isms like serialism, spectralism, minimalism. A Gehaltsaesthetik implies a rejection of material, finding instead its drive in the content created in the interaction between concept and perception of a work of art, and more importantly, through the interpretation of that interaction. Concurrently, the American theorist Seth King-Cohen coined the term non-cochlear music in a reference to Marcel Duchamp's non-retinal art. In a similar rejection to a modernist art autonomy based on the aesthetics of material, he defends what he describes, in a reference to Rosalind Krauss, as an extended field musical listening. This non-cochlear listening strives to deal not with the autonomous sounding structures embedded in the work, but with the universe of terms felt in opposition to the cultural situation that it contains. Thus, opening the interpretation of a musical piece to the unresolvable relational complexity of language, culture, and intersubjectivity. King-Cohen diagnoses that this multi-contextuality is one of the ways new music can escape the solipsism where it was relegated by modernist aesthetics. This emphasis on the cultural situation of both the work and the reader is developed further in the work of Spanish philosopher Jordi Claramonte, who proposes a similar reading of the shift from modernity's negative autonomy to a current modal autonomy, where the meaning of the work of art is not only interpreted from a cultural universe of symbols, but also strives to spread its inner tensions back to real aspects of the art world institutions. One of the aspects Claramonte stresses in his aesthetic is the coexistence within the piece of different contexts and codes of meaning, which seek to escape the solipsism of contemporary music we referred before. In Kreidler, this tendency is best exemplified in his interest in employing real-world elements as compositional materials, in a sort of symbolic objet trouvé, as can be observed in pieces like charts music, Filmarbeit, or product placements. In the case of typogravitism, Kreidler articulates the content around the two concepts that give the piece its name: typing and gravity. The composer takes the text from Ben Bradley's 2009 Well-Being and Death and explores different sonification techniques to obtain musical material from it. Among these techniques, the most prominent is the use of white plastic letters forming words of the text, shown for an instant and then falling over the guitar strings. All of these techniques share their interest in intermediate translations in ways that cancel any human expressivity or intention, such as technology or gravity. With this approach, that Harry Lehmann calls an anesthetic orientation, the piece seeks to avoid any material reading, producing unpredictable and absurd musical results that force the interpretation to take into account different strata of meaning. Typogravitism's score, only containing the guitar part, would not allow for any complete analysis of the piece, which relies heavily on the visual projection to convey its messages. The sparse material of the instrument is composed by passages such as random dissonant chord in this register or blurry improvisation in this ambitus. This declared rejection of any control over the score is not a freedom exercise for the player, as it could be in John Cage's music. Instead, it is a way to guide the attention towards the rest of parameters of the piece and their interactions. In most of the cases when the guitar part is fixed, consist on sonifications of processes appearing on the screen, such as measure 37, where this percussive rhythm follows the act of typing on the screen that appears at 1 minute and 59 seconds. Again, in these cases, the focus is not on the musical result. Instead, these broken translations seek to redirect the reading by sabotaging the one-to-one equation between symbolic media. We can find another example in measures 28-35, where the sonification is a gestural one. The side of the bottleneck over the guitar fretboard traces the same trajectories and velocities as the scanner line over the letters, already explored in Kryle's scanner studies. Thus, superposing two different kinds of broken musical translation of the visual material. In a similar vein, Kryle follows the work of Yasun Autone with his next sonification, where he engraves words on vinyl that become a rhythmical jumping of the needle bearing no relation whatsoever to the meaning of the word. This broken translation is used to obtain diverse forms of noise, both sonically and in the sense understood by information theory, as elements spurious to the message. Thus, embracing the impossibility of translation between media as opposed to modernist obsession with an essence of the sound, and seeking instead to express the contradictions that these processes bring. These aporias, musically expressed in noise, invite the listener to a symbolic net that includes the music, the text, the engraving technique, the technology, and so on. The composer has expressed a similar interest in gravity as a way to let materials follow their own path without any exterior interference. In pieces like his chess compositions, he uses gravity very similarly to how he uses technology for his sonifications. Gravity is one of the main symbols of typogravitism, creating semiotic connections in its interaction with the content of the text and its progressive deterioration, a central part of these interactions being a wordplay between the words gravity and grave. Referring to this piece, Kryle has stated that gravity is philosophy par excellence. We can interpret this idea as an invitation to explore the expanded field of the symbolic connotations that all the extra musical materials bring to the piece, that bear equal, if not more importance, than the sonic elements. This quick introduction already allows us to show various ways in which typogravitism eludes a traditional musical analysis approach. The piece finds its non-material content in a multi-contextual richness of coexistent symbolic strata that invite the listener to a hermeneutic exercise that wouldn't be reachable from the autonomy of musical material. In this way, typogravitism seeks to avoid the solipsism of contemporary music described during the interaction. At the same time, the choice of a soloist and the kind of material that is proposed to them pose questions about the institutional elements of the new music world. What differentiates this work from a work of video art? Does it make sense to repeat the piece in front of an audience, or could it just be a YouTube video? Why is it written for the stage then? While the scope of this poster certainly doesn't allow time for answering all these questions, what is clear is that any reading of typogravitism that tries to stem exclusively from its musical materials will soon prove itself incomplete. In conclusion, Johannes Kryle Typogravitism is a piece that strives to find a Gehalts aesthetic in a rejection of cochlear readings of the musical form, both commenting on and affecting back the institutions of contemporary music, thus raising the question, when the musical material is not at the core of the piece, what could it mean making an analysis for the interpretation? Thank you.
Hi, Alejandro. Thank you so much.
Hi, thank you.
How are you?
Good, good,
Good.
thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. What a fascinating. Thank you so much for your fascinating insight and your analysis there. Again, with so many of the topics today and of this week, there are so many intersections. I find. May I ask? Do you perform this piece?
Yes,
Are
I
you
did.
yeah, and I know that there's a recording by I think there's a recording or a performance by Nico Queck as well.
Yeah.
Can I ask you again? I don't think there are any questions, so I'll take the liberty of asking this first question. Can I ask you about your experience as performer in these intersections and what in particular you have found through performing this piece?
Absolutely. Yeah, actually, the poster I just gave stems from my experience performing the piece, where I found out personally that if one were to base his experience for performance only in the materials that are proposed in the score and the actual play in the notes, then it's quite I can say it's quite a limited piece because it doesn't allow the performer to develop in a natural way. There is nothing to grab into. There is no interesting materials that come back, or there is. It sounds a bit harsh. I'm not meaning that it's not an interesting piece, but I think it's deliberately hermetic from a performance point of view. And it reminds me of other pieces of my repertoire, like Pierluigi Villone or Brian Ferneyhough, in the sense that these composers invite the performer to a different role. It's not enough. It's not enough to stay on a player point of view. One has to be a musician and an understanding musician. So for me, after this first limited experience, as I mentioned, playing it, just performing the piece in front of an audience, I realized this piece was almost an invitation to the performer to expand on what it means to be a performer. So that's actually what motivated me to present this lecture to a conference that is around guitar, because I think myself and a lot of guitar players, sometimes I have gotten entangled too much on the technical aspect of things and on the narrow guitar world, which is fascinating, and all the lectures of this week were fascinating and is my main focus as a performer. But sometimes it's good to have an invitation to expand on what it means, or what it could mean to be a performer.
Yeah, fascinating. Well, can I ask you this, because again, I'm not sure we have another question just yet.
Yeah.
But so my question would be, so when you accepted that invitation, you recognized that invitation was there, and then you accepted it as a performer. What were the kind of the initial challenges? Did you find challenges that were unexpected, or did it become this almost this freeing thing? What was that experience for you?
It was both freeing and a bit frightening. Because my whole life I have developed a set of skills that allow me to deal with scores and to present a performance. I'm mostly a guitar player myself. I can compose. But suddenly, if I took the invitation seriously, and what I felt with this piece was that the balance between composer, performance, and audience is on the line, and it's been renegotiated through these scores. So that's very interesting, but it's also a responsibility. So Yeah, sorry.
No, sorry. Yes, I was responding in my mind as you
Yeah.
were speaking. Yeah, again, it seems to be, with the discussions that I've had. Again, the word that just kind of keeps coming to mind is these intersections, right? And especially around the realm of contemporary music, but then the guitar, the electric guitar with it, or the guitar within contemporary music, and then the electric guitar within contemporary music, right? We are constantly coming up against these intersections that need to be looked at and readdressed and rebalanced, right? I have, again, very many questions, but I don't want to completely just make this a dialogue between you and I, which I feel like I'm about to go down that rabbit hole. Do we have currently, I just want to check if we have any questions that I'm missing. I think no. Okay, good. So then I will continue on. So where, again, one of the other things that comes out of this kind of questioning and unpacking of these intersections, I know you just talked about, again, one more time, this friction between kind of your experience and training with the guitar and the skill set you bring. What skill set in particular did you find was completely different, or was there something that you had to really step outside of the box with this particular repertoire, with this particular piece?
I think I absolutely had to abandon all my comfort zone and all my skill set as a guitarist because it wasn't giving me any answers. I mean, it's absolutely possible to play the piece and only play it as if I was playing any other piece of the repertoire, but then it becomes a very dry experience, and I think it activates parts of the musician's mind that are normally not in the first and foremost. So yeah, if you're asking about the actual playing of the piece, I think it takes a second place in front of the reflection and negotiation with your own role that the piece proposes.
Yeah, right. Really interesting. And then what you just said about, and I'll leave the last question at this because I recognize actually we're almost just ready to wrap this up. But what I know, of course, we've been talking about a lot this week is primarily, again, these questions that come up around the nature of what we do in our practice and our collaborations, and again, kind of, our research. Can I ask, with what you just said, what about then experience and relationship with audience? What did you find? What is your, may I ask, kind of what the context of your performances of this piece were, and then kind of audience interaction and reaction?
I actually was very surprised by the reception of the piece, because for me it seemed like a completely hermetic piece, and I didn't know how it would be read, and I played it not in a particularly contemporary music festival or anything like that. So I took a chance. And I realized something that Harry Lehman, the theories that Johannes Kara cites quite so often, he talks a lot about the solipsism of modernism in music. He talks about how our obsession with autonomy and our overthinking of musical materials sometimes is not the most relatable thing for the audience to grab. But maybe for us, it would be way more understandable to perform Luciano Berio or Brian Ferneyhough rather than performing this piece. But since there was a lot of extra musical materials, and the kind of reading is not only, the kind of hermeneutic exercise is not only musical, I got very surprised by the good reception that the piece got. So that was very positive.
Great, great, great. Well, thank you so much. I see that we're just about out of time. So thank you so much today for sharing your research with us, your insight with us, and your experiences with the piece. So it was a pleasure to talk to you today. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
And we will just take a minute and we will be back with then our final presenter in this session. And our final presentation in this morning, afternoon, or evening session, in this session, wherever you are in the world with us, is by John Turner. John's presentation is entitled Distorted Stability, Making and Using Fuzz Pedals in Sao Paulo. John is a PhD student in ethnomusicology at UC Berkeley and is also a trained luthier. His research focuses on the relationship between music, technology, and musicians in both popular and experimental music. And in this presentation, John argues for a relational organology which centers devices that usually go in between by examining unstable connections. This will allow him an exploration of the imagined pasts and desired futures of the guitar in the 21st century. So over to John's presentation.
The electric guitar is an instrument constituted by connections. Its history is tied up in the many creative ways both makers and players have exploited the instrument's augmented and modular nature. From rotary speakers to channel strips, battery-powered amplifiers to stadium-filling full stacks, the electric guitar is always reconstituted through these mediations. It is, in every sense, a global phenomenon, with new augmenting technology being introduced all the time. Following Trevor Pinch's 2019 call for a closer engagement between sound studies and science and technology studies, I explore music and sound technologies as nodes of socio-technical assemblages in order to investigate possibilities and desires, histories and imagined futures in electroacoustic music technologies and cultures. So, in this brief video, I want to open the door to greater scholarly focus on what is often peripheralized in critical organology. That is, the technological extensions and modulations of the instrument. Among the timbral technologies that have changed popular music, exploited the electric guitar's modularity, and solidified its place at the malleable core of popular music around the world, the fuzz pedal and its makers are an excellent place to start. Fuzz pedals destabilize notions of what an electric guitar is and sounds like. Since the mid-1960s, makers of these transistor-based stomp boxes have replicated the sounds of malfunctioning circuitry and slashed, flapping speaker cones. Today, players' desire for tones of the past fuels an international market for vintage and boutique equipment. So, while overdrive and distortion are terms that are used to describe what's called soft clipping of an overloaded sine wave, just being rounded by the limitations of technology, fuzz describes a more square wave sound, where the frequencies above and below certain points are just lopped off, reshaping the curving sound wave into polygonal shapes. This is why fuzz sounds are so aggressive and are often thought to generate tones that have little regard for the instruments they are connected to. Much of the early development of fuzz pedals occurred in the United States and Britain, where they made their way into the signal chains of prominent rock guitarists, notably Keith Richards and Jimi Hendrix, of course. players across the world took notice, and builders began reproducing versions of these simple 2-transistor circuits to generate new textures and possibilities in music. Now, fuzz pedals are incredibly noisy devices. Indeed, it is this characteristic that draws so many musicians to them. But users are, of course, discerning about exactly what types of noises are desirable. And as fuzz pedal technologies were sold and copied all over the world, they encountered different infrastructural capabilities of electrical grids and, with battery-powered pedals, global supply networks. Music scholars, Gavin Steingo notes in a 2021 chapter, have nearly always taken the continuous flow of electricity as an unexamined norm in their studies of electrically dependent musical practices. But makers of technologies in parts of the world where continuous and even electrical flow cannot be taken for granted have no such luxury. At sound checks in Sao Paulo, Brazil, in small venues and large ones, in well-appointed concert halls and back-of-the-bar rooms, I routinely found myself on the floor helping to rewire or repower a buzzy pedal board, chasing and often trying in vain to eliminate a pesky buzz somewhere in the signal chain, or an audible remnant of an underpowered electrical system. Guitar pedals can be incredibly sensitive to fluctuations in electrical voltage and amperage, exacerbating the feeling of unreliability. So Deep Trip Pedals in Sao Paulo, Brazil markets its pedals as an answer to the sonic instability associated with both vintage equipment and electro-infrastructural issues in Brazil. Vintage equipment, though often more desirable for one reason or another to players, often brings with it the complications of maintaining aging electronic equipment. Finding the types of vintage and boutique technologies that many musicians prefer can also be cost prohibitive. And what's more, Sao Paulo's reliance on a primarily hydroelectric grid ties these concerns directly to the cycles of nature and the climate crisis. Recent droughts have forced power reductions and even power cuts to the city of over 12 million. The electric guitar, from the sound it produces to the techniques it engenders, is always a part of these connections and augmentations. Deep Trip Pedals markets its pedals with the tagline, "Vintage sound, modern technology, infinite possibilities." By drawing directly on the sounds and the schematics of vintage pedals, Domenigoso designs his stomp boxes with stable and modern technologies like printed, mass-produced circuit boards and added functionalities like the bias control. I first learned about Deep Trip and Domenigoso in a conversation with the Sao Paulo-based musician Cibo Veloso. A self-described gearhead, Cibo was thrilled to find fuzz pedals that would consistently work at gigs and recording sessions without buzzes. These fuzz pedals, he felt, produced the ideal tone while being stable enough to use regularly without worry. Domenigoso, again the founder of Deep Trip, told me, quote, "My approach has a lot to do with my curiosity with the guitar tones that brought me to building a guitar. Those tones were the tones of the classic rock era, of the 60s and 70s, a lot of fuzz tones. So, after studying advertising and marketing, Menigoso took up lutherie through weekly classes at the B&H Lutheria in the city's Villa Mariana neighborhood. Quickly shifting focus to electronics, Menigoso scoured catalogs, imported difficult-to-find pedals, and befuddled technicians in Sao Paulo with his requests for complex pickup wirings. Meanwhile, throughout the 1990s and the first decades of the 2000s, a boutique pedal market centered in the United States was beginning to take shape. Information in Portuguese, however, remained scarce, and high-end small-batch equipment was difficult to come by in Brazil. Menigoso went so far as to find schematics for the Zivex Fuzz factory on a French online forum, and then hire a technician locally to build the pedal for him while he learned himself. Today, Deep Trip ships pedals to players all over the world, exporting its mixture of vintage sounds and modern contingencies. These devices open up possibilities for reshaping an unfolding material history of pop music. At once black boxes, archives of audible histories, they reshape the experience of creation and the discourses that shape these practices. Few devices have so long stood at that contested meeting place of music and noise as the fuzz pedal. The fuzz pedal brings with it its own history and reshapes how music is played and heard as it blasts speaker cones, leaves ears ringing, and I'm suggesting beckons music scholars to adjust their approaches to the devices that are at once a part of and apart from the electric guitar. Some guitarists, the ethnomusicologist Elliot Bates notes, seem to teach their owners how to play them. The 21st century electric guitar is always reshaped by electroacoustic mediations. They are archives of musical and infrastructural histories, written in capacitors, transistors, potentiometers, and they have their own lessons to teach. So I'll close with a few provocations. I ask, how do pedal makers and players reconcile desires for modern stability and vintage technology? How are the relationships between sound quality and infrastructure negotiated at the levels of sound technology design, marketing, and use? How might we better understand the electric guitar's signal as a small part of a larger infrastructure? I'm arguing for a relational approach to scholarship on the guitar in the 21st century, an approach that centers devices that mediate and remediate and remake the electric guitar by examining the unstable connections between makers and players, equipment and electrical infrastructures, and of course, fuzz pedals and guitars, in order to explore both imagined past and desired futures for the guitar in the 21st century.
John, hi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah, good. Thank you for joining us from California very early in the morning. And I know you noted earlier that coffee is a large part of the morning, which I can completely, yes. Yeah, great. Thank you for absolutely fascinating presentation. And what a great topic, and what a really, necessary and robust stream of research kind of for our field, right? From an ethno perspective, from a musicological perspective, from a performance perspective, just kind of all round. I don't think there are any questions just yet. I know they'll come in the chat. A couple of questions for you. Again, I was just, of course, struck by the nature of, right, the fuzz tone starting right there, right? And of course, Willy Kazart comes to my mind, and from there on out, it also kind of strikes me that this very much intersects with the topic from one of the very first roundtables we had this week about history and tradition, and that the electric guitar's tradition is so touchable, so reachable, right? So maybe I don't know, maybe that's just a commentary and not a question, but my first question is the fuzz box, and what else? I'm imagining literally kind of this these objects of analysis on a pedal board. Where else are you going? What else are you thinking here?
Yeah, thank you for engaging with this kind of oddball of a research piece here. So, with fuzz boxes, I'm always interested in starting with pedals and thinking about all the different interfaces of a guitar. You know, it was brought up in earlier Q&As about techniques that involve playing the pedal board, or folks who use auxiliary pedal boards and sorts of things, where the sort of technique of the instrument becomes more about playing knobs than it is about fingerboards, let's say. So I'm very interested in that. And then with this piece, what I'm trying to think about, along with this Gavin Steingall piece that I gestured at in the video, is sort of how can we think about media archaeologies of our guitar equipment? How can we think about and rope in thinking about infrastructures as we approach these devices and the techniques that they that they engender, that we sort of co-produce with these devices. And so for me, we've mentioned a couple of times, I'm in California. That's part of this, is thinking about now, I live in a world where for certain parts of the year, the expectation is that the grid is going to fail, where there will be rolling blackouts because of wildfires or the types of outages that I mentioned in Sao Paulo, and all of these techniques and devices and everything are directly a part of these infrastructures and responsive to them. So sort of thinking out from there, and sort of how can we kind of imagine our sort of guitar playing, our signal chains as sort of part of a larger set of signal chains, and sort of one sort of manifestation of making sound out of these infrastructures, or making silence, depending on time of year.
Yeah, right. When you're in your presentation, I was really struck by that lecture yesterday, right, of literally kind of taking the guitarist out of it and playing the pedal board, which is, just a fascinating step. What I then also was thinking with that lecture is this, again, there's so much study to look at the pedal board as part of literally the chain, right? And how it's an extension of our instrument, but then it's also an extension of our expressivity and our creativity, right? And then interestingly, I'm sure your research is wider than this, but are looking specifically at the fuzzbox and what the fuzzbox itself brings, right? And again, all of the implications from that particular piece of the chain, if you will. Are you, in your research, are there other particular factors that you're looking at, literally kind of artifacts on that pedal board that are interesting intersection points or interesting points to kind of go further with your research in?
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of my angle of approach with this particular piece and this sort of direction of the research is to ask users, and then also ask makers, is this a musical instrument? I asked, do you make musical instruments? And just to sort of start from there, the reason I'm starting with fuzz pedal, again, sort of, maybe it's too early and I'm a broken record here repeating myself, but that these are devices that players talk about a lot as being agentive, as bringing their own sound, as reshaping techniques and stuff. So it seemed like a really good entry place. And I think those are the technologies that present themselves as less passive, as more agentive, and as disruptive or reconstituting of the instrument and the technique is kind of where I'm most interested in. So fuzz pedals, I've done a little bit of work with guitar players in the US here who use chaos pads sort of on kind of auxiliary pedal boards and these sorts of things. But anything that's kind of where someone is self-consciously reshaping their technique and as part of the interaction, and then also is experiencing something as sort of reflecting back or bouncing back some kind of outside agency, whether that's part of the grid that we brought up in this chat in the Q&A, or whether that's part of these kind of media archaeologies of histories of different circuitries, and that could be wrapped up in these devices.
Yeah, right. Lots of different layers of agency in there, right? We have an online question, an online comment. Electrical grids in the US are also political. I'm interested in the connection between guitar and grid that you're opening up. Yeah, so do you have some thoughts around that? About, again, we were just talking about agency and what type of agency do we want to look at there? So yeah, that question of again, kind of the electrical grid being political.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting way to put it. As the grid itself is, if we're going to take like a sort of Jane Bennett, vibrant matter approach, it's political in that it's a political actor, and it's political in the US, as with everything else, in that it's politicized as part of our very binary political discourse that we have here and sort of do a good job of exporting too. So I think that there's definitely a connection there, and I think the politics of it here and similarly in Brazil where this research was done is deeply related to the politicized responses to the climate crisis or lack of responses to the climate crisis. So I think that's interesting, and sort of a more holistic version of this paper would also look at flows of lumber, of how sort of guitars or pieces of wood, where they come from and how they become instruments, and sort of thinking about this whole thing as always a part of this kind of nexus of trade, of circulation, and reliance upon this flow of electricity that, as I said, in many places, California, Brazil, and all over the place, other places as well, where parts of that chain are less and less reliable and more politicized. Is interesting for sure.
Yeah, great. Yeah, again, so many layers, and what a fantastic topic. So thank you. I'm aware that I think we are just out of time for this Q&A section. I want to say thank you again. Thanks for getting up so early, and thanks
thank you so much
for being here, and thanks for sharing your research. I hope actually to be in touch and talk more and hear more about this. So thank you so much,
I love
John.
that. Yeah, it was a pleasure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I believe we are at the end of this panel discussion. So I do want to say thank you so much to everybody all of the panelists, all of the lecturers today. What a fascinating array of topics. Again, I think after the week of discussions that have been going on, and then with just everything packed into today, my head is swimming, but with really great stuff and great thoughts and great ideas and great questions. So thank you everybody for being here this morning. Thank you for everybody who has put in some questions. So I believe now our next event is our roundtable discussion. So we will take a break for a little while before coming back for that. Thank you again, Amy and Rita, for hosting this wonderful, wonderful week of thought and ideas and artistry. And we'll see you soon. Thank you. Bye. Hello again. Good afternoon from the UK, or good evening, or good morning, or good middle of the night, wherever you might be joining us from today. So we are here for the next hour with a really exciting panel of guests, and we will be doing a round table on the electric guitar. We sent out I sent out a quick email a couple of days ago to have a bit of a dialogue, and I think maybe we all came back with the idea of electric guitar. Wow, where do we start? Where do we even divide that up, right? And I do have to say, as a guitar researcher and a practitioner, I've just been so excited to see kind of the integration and the balance of guitar topics here this week at this research conference. So thank you so much, all of you, for joining with us here today to spend an hour trying to talk about as much as we possibly can around the guitar. So I would like to just very briefly just go around our panelists and ask them to introduce themselves and just maybe speak for a moment or two about your practice, particularly in relation to the electric guitar. So Andrew, would you like to start, please?
Sure. I'm Andrew Noseworthy. I'm a composer, guitarist, among many other things I dabble in. Currently a PhD candidate at Western University in London, Ontario. And my research specifically is focused on composer-performer kind of transferability, because I kind of jump in both worlds pretty actively or pretty regularly. And also working on a modular electric guitar concerto of sorts. So, and also perform a lot of music by living composers and close collaborators.
Fantastic, thank you. And next, can we have Christelle?
Hello, everybody. So I'm in Paris, near Paris, France. So I'm a guitar player, both acoustic, classical acoustic and electric. And I play especially in contemporary music, but also from classical background, and also with improvisation and contemporary jazz musicians. So it's a very big, large musical area. So sometimes in solo, sometimes in ensemble, sometimes in little groups. So it's a work in progress for me to practice all these instruments and to find different approaches with the culture and the performance. So voilà. I hope it's a little presentation.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. And Dan, would you like to introduce yourself next?
Sure. I'm Dan Lapel. I'm based in New York City, in the United States. And I also play electric as well as all other guitars, primarily classical, and play in a lot of ensemble contexts. I play with the International Contemporary Ensemble, among several other ensembles here in New York. And my intersection with electric guitar, I guess, runs the gamut from sort of avant-garde ensemble stuff and solo music to improvised contexts.
Great, thank you. And Ruben, would you like to introduce yourself next, please?
Yes, hello everybody. I'm Ruben Mattia Santorsa, and I'm a classical and electric guitarist based between Basel and Berlin. And I really spread my times between classical guitar and electric guitar. And mostly I play electric guitar with ensembles and orchestras. And I'm also still starting to do a research on improvisation. But at the moment I'm like a freelance, so I'm doing concerts and that's it.
Great, thank you, Ruben. And Seth, would you like to jump in, please?
Yeah, I'm an American expat that's been living in Germany for over 30 years. And I never thought I'd stay here. It wasn't the original intention. I just kind of got stuck. In any case, Yeah, my background is such that I actually hadn't had contact with the electric guitar for about 12 or 13 years until at graduate school, when Louis Andriessen was a visiting professor at Yale. He said, "You are going to play in De Stijl at the end of the semester." And I said, and that was the start of something beautiful. And I found myself in Europe a couple of years later. And ever since, I've been juggling both instruments in my hand, plus banjo and plus electric bass and plus numerous other plucked fretted instruments, and very happily so. And I'm devoted to new art music, as most people know. And currently, Ming Tsao and I are slowly making our way into the second volume for Bandwriter. Perhaps some people know that we wrote the first edition for the Performance Handbook, Performance Technique Handbook a couple of years back, and they were pretty enthusiastic and wanted a second volume devoted to the electric guitar. So, and as with Dan, I've played in a lot of different ensemble situations and with orchestra and solo chamber music. You have it, so yeah.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you so much for just letting us kind of have an insight into who we all are here today. And again, this multiplicity of roles and styles and experiences, I think captures the spirit of the guitar perfectly, right? And all week I have been sitting here, obviously I'm a little biased, but being, moving within guitar performance and research circles, but I often think about how many other, conferences have this kind of representation, have this different kind of stylistic representation with one particular instrument or instrument family. So we, again, what hopefully today we would maybe just spend a little bit of time talking about one of the topics that came up quite a bit as we were doing just kind of this pre-discussion amongst ourselves as to what we would talk about here today, was the concept of kind of the composer, commissioning, collaboration, artist, performer, and that blend, especially then also working particularly with the electric guitar with commissions and composers, and that the electric guitar is just not the instrument. Yeah. And again, some of the impediments, some of the difficulties that come up around that, but also again some of the ways to look through that. So Andrew, would you like to kick us off there? You seem kind of, again, we're all, it sounds like everybody would be a good starting point for that, but your work in particular seems that it fits just there.
Sure. Yeah, I guess. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of a broad or a large topic, even in that, even though we're trying to focus things down, right? But yeah, I mean, besides, like, I've played a lot of the standard electric guitar rep, even if there does even exist so, or if it's really kind of a new thing, right? But yeah, most of the music I play ends up being commissions or like close collaborators that I'm writing for or working with. And a lot of times, I mean, my close collaborators are also guitarists or have had some experience, but in the occasion where they're not, there's definitely a kind of communication thing that happens. And there's like a process that goes into working through some of these pieces. And I think one of the biggest things I think is, and if I can focus on just like one part of this, I think ends up being how specific or unspecific the writing is. Because I think, especially as electric guitarists, even if we have like a complex, like notated score, we still have some sort of background in improvisation or in kind of like really like going off of that stuff. And so I feel like a lot of people feel like they can write more freer indications about effects, freer indications about performance techniques in a score, but then some people also want to write something really specific and they're not sure kind of where to go specifically because they're not a player and they don't know the gear and the things like that. So just a couple of things I've done over the last couple of collaborations, and the next two pieces I'm playing on the next sets are good examples of that. Like one of those pieces is quite open with indications, and the other one is like very, very specific, like notated rhythms for like a whammy pedal, like specific things like that, right? And I think like one of the things I've done is kind of always map out with a composer or a collaborator what things are more common gear wise, or what are more common kind of techniques among a number of players, and then what are really like very unique specific kind of pedals or unique specific gear in certain situations. So I'll kind of map out, you know, like a lot of electric players have, you know, standard gain devices or a delay or things like that. But then, you know, like not every guitarist you work with is going to have this Earthquaker Devices pedal or something like that, you know, like, so in those cases, do you want to write something more open? Do you want to write something specific and then say, if you don't have this, you can kind of mock it up? Because, you know, as soon as you get more specific, you start to limit kind of also who plays it. I think there was another roundtable earlier this week. I think Aaron was talking about like when he worked with Laney, how Laney wrote this piece like specifically for him. And the question was, do you want to write a piece that every player is going to play, or do you want to write a piece that's for me, right? So I think that that's also involved with it. I think I can mostly leave it off there, but yeah, I usually kind of go back and forth between those things when working directly with a composer.
Great, thank you. Christelle, would you like to come in there?
Yes, I think about maybe two things to say. Especially, I made a solo named Page Électrique. It was commissions for electric guitar solo, and in my idea, I wanted to question the e-guitar determinism. I don't know. Do you understand my English? I'm sorry about that. So to open different path from that of rock and roll memory, and I wanted to work with non-guitarist composers in order to be a mediator between a musical thought devoid of instrumental habits, and to be between a musical abstract language and an instrumental realization, you know. So it was interesting to talk with a composer who don't know the instrument, and they won't have digital technical habits with the instrument, and so the musical language can be just the thought of it, and it's not abstract the I'm sorry to express, it's difficult, but you know, it's concerning the approach of the instrument, because for me guitarists they appropriate the instrument and they do music maybe not just by the thinking, but just because the finger do that, you know, or the finger or the effect or the gesture, you know. So it was the basic idea to begin this project. And sometimes it was not so evident, because composers want to be close to me, to know about how do you do that, how can I imagine this sound, but I can't I can't do it. I don't know how do you do, if it's just maybe they are close to acoustic instrument because it's a traditional way of thinking of, but so there were a real relationship together, very close to. But as you said, Andrew, it depends on me, on my approach, personal approach of the electric guitar. So I come from classical, but I have my own practicing and my experiences in ensemble and also in contemporary music, but also in more popular music and very organic way of playing and improvise, and not only written music. So it's not easy to write it, but it's possible. And it depends of the language, of the scientific research of musical ideas. And I think about a piece by Frédéric Patard, who wrote it for me for this project. And he didn't use a lot of pedals of effect. No, just volume pedal. And EBO, of course, and a system to loop, and also freeze pedal, because I showed him. And it's really possible to transmit the score to another guitar player, and it's really precise, like Lachenmann music, or each sound is very precise, So for me, it was a really good example to. I have the score here, but it's not really complicated, just very precise. And of course, it's possible to write it. I have another. I try to do very quick, but I think about Hugues Dufour music. He's a French composer. He wrote pieces, but he was very close to a French guitar player, one of the first who played music from the Itinéraire historical ensemble in France. And the guitar scores are really for the guitar player who created that, Claude Pavie. And on the score you can see the the name of his pedal, of his so it's not possible to do that if you don't have the material. But he precise the time of delay, something like that. You can find a way to go close to the technical aspect. And I met Hugues Dufour, and he said to me, it's okay, it's not the same sound but I discover the piece a new time, and it depends on the composer's way of thinking, because sometimes it's a music that it can grow with the musician. Sometimes it's a musical language very special and very precise, where it's important to do exactly what it's written on the score. So it depends. We have to be very fluid with this way of sharing music.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Daniel, would you like to jump in there?
Sure. I think Andrew and Christelle really said a lot covered a lot of the paradigms here, but for me it's interesting because it's really on a continuum. I mean, there's a lot of contexts where electric guitar is a much more practical and seamless integration into an ensemble context than classical guitar is. Obviously, just because of the volume issue, but even timbrally, I mean, and I think in a certain way that sort of comes almost out of like a sort of jazz guitar tradition, where like there's a neutralization of the various different instrumental characteristics, and everybody is sort of playing notes that fit into changes. And I mean, now I'm talking about mapping this onto a sort of contemporary composed context. But if you think about a piece like Seth mentioned Andreessen, but I think about a piece like Hout for guitar, sax, piano, and percussion, which in a lot of ways is sort of like an extended sort of post-Coltrane type line written out into all the different instruments. If you guys don't know, it's like a canon at the 16th note. But I feel like that piece, in a lot of ways, frames a whole sort of side of electric guitar writing in contemporary music, where there isn't actually there's no extended technique. It's notes and rhythms. The ability to control the dynamic in the volume of your amplifier means you can integrate into the ensemble really easily. And there's no question of gear there, because anybody can play that part on any different instrument. So that's on one side of the continuum, and on the other side of the continuum would be stuff that is obviously much more shaped by a Lachenmann type of musique concrète, and is more about timbral experimentation. And that's when you get into these issues of is it possible to do this without this specific pedal? Is it possible to do this without this specific instrument? Say, does it have a floating bridge or not? And one thing I think is, I mean, these are very delicate lines, but and I'm sure you guys have experienced this too. One thing that's very helpful for me, and I think if we encourage composers to consider doing this, if they're writing on an instrument, which they often are, even if they're not players, but especially for experimental sounds, a lot of times composers are just taking a guitar and sort of messing around with it. Filming videos and having that as part of the score material, I think is really, really valuable, so that you can then look at the video, and even if you don't have the particular gear that composer, which is almost always the case, right? I mean, if they're playing it like on a certain amp with a certain telly and certain pedals, the chances that the player is going to have that exact stuff with those strings, right? And all that stuff has an impact. But if you have a video, if you're an experienced player, you could be like, okay, yeah, I know how to get that sound on my instrument. So I think that's very valuable. Obviously, if you're working with the composer, then you have the luxury of saying, well, this is what I have, and also throwing out ideas about some of the interesting techniques and sounds that you're able to make with your own equipment, and then you're shaping the piece with them, which is really convenient. But I mean, you look at someone like Lachenmann, and obviously he is who he is because he was so great at cultivating this new language. But there's a specificity to the sounds that he asks for, like for instance in Salut, the duo. But also those sounds all translate to any classical guitar. And I think that's the sort of important thing for composers who are approaching electric guitar to sort of try to aspire to. Understand the instrument well enough to know what extended techniques are possible on any instrument that one could call an electric guitar. And then if there's something beyond that, that's when you need to become more specific in your score and then come up with ASIA, like Andrew suggested. I think the idea of having ASIA, okay, here's the musical effect that I'm going for, and if you don't have this exact gear or you can't get it, then here's another possibility. So that would be, my 2 cents, I guess.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Ruben, would you like to jump in?
Yes, I mean, I completely agree what like Daniel said before. It's really interesting also about like the relation he said about the sound and Lachenmann pieces. And well, what I can say about maybe like the electric guitar, that every time that I approach like a composer or a composer asks to me to write for electric guitar, the first thing that I say to them is, don't try to use the old pedals that you would like, because they always ask to say, okay, I want like 15 pedals, like 3 distortion, 3 overdrive, like delays and everything. So the first step maybe sometimes is also to speak with the composer and to understand together sometimes what they really want, because they start maybe to say, okay, we want this kind of sound with these pedals, but then at some point we can see that you just need like a good amp, like 1 distortion, sustainer. So I think that it's really important now. I mean, for me, it's really useful always to speak with the composer, and before to speak about the gear, to speak about the sound, and then also when they have like a clear idea about sound, we can speak what I have like in my gears, my pedals, what in case we need more, and how we can achieve the goal that they have. And for example, like I don't remember who said that, maybe Christelle or Andrew, that sometimes I always ask to the composer that if they really want this kind of sound that we need like a specific gear, they have also to think that sometimes if they want this, it's quite hard to replicate again the piece. For example, like the Fure piece or whatever, sometimes happen that they really want like a specific pedal that maybe like in 25 years there won't be anymore like in the market. And if it happens, it's every time good. I think that Daniel said this, that also to do like a video, to do like recordings and to do like an archive. So if somebody like in 20 years, 30 years want to play again this piece, they don't have a pedal or they don't want to buy a pedal or there is any more like this pedal, so they can have like an idea and find other solution with their gear. But yes, I think that sometimes also I also suggest to composer that before to think also about the pedals and everything, they can also really focus on the guitar, on the possibility of the electric guitar, that they are really huge. Also, if you just have like an amplifier and the guitar, they're really huge. I mean, sometimes like the pedals, they can take you out from the ideas you have, and there are something more. But also sometimes to just say, okay, I want this from the electric guitar, just from the instrument, it's a good thing and a good exercise for the composer.
Yeah, great, thanks. Seth, would you like to come in here?
Well, I feel slightly overwhelmed. I mean, thank you all of you have made such poignant and salient remarks and really spot on. I'm not sure where we are actually, because I noticed there are 3 or 4 layers and about 5 or 6 threads here, each of which is deserved of its own unpacking. Let's say in terms of the performer-composer collaboration, and I've been doing this for a while, and I've been doing this for a while in that I've worked with people who are now in their 70s, and I've also worked with people who are in their mid-20s, and that's a rather big gap. This is why I love being in new art music, because I didn't want to work with dead composers. I wanted to feel that flesh and blood and deal with the sweat and tears and engage socially. And that gap, though, is important because the experience with the vernacular is very different. Depending on with which generation you're actually communicating, and so that means that their experience during their youth of the commercial arena and the commercial musics available was much. A 70-year-old today had a different experience, let's say, growing up in the 60s with vinyl and experiencing perhaps Jimi Hendrix live, or having gone to Woodstock, for instance, as opposed to, this hipster in Neukölln here in my backyard who, goes to Berghain every weekend and, is dancing away through the night. So what I want to say with that is, first of all, we have to take into consideration the whole notion of, maybe it's a sociology and it's a culture of music and it's a musical experience, but also very directly related to the electric guitar, which is so, carries such baggage with it in a way. And if you just think about some of the composers in the 60s and early 70s and how they were using the electric guitar, let's say in ensemble or orchestral situations, and then what happened later, let's say in the 80s, when, let's say, Bang on the Can sort of emerged and all the fantastic music that the All-Stars commissioned. And, we're talking about night and day sort of attitudes and treatments of the instrument. So now I want to focus in a bit. For me, it's really vital to get to know the person's socialization, get to know their style. So I think for me, I keep coming back to this word style because, let's say in the case of Hugues Dufort, there's a very specific school of composition, the spectralism school. So, if these delay times are prescribed, also the chorus parameters are very specific there. So we can replicate those parameters very easily on, let's say, the so-called modern equipment. I don't really see too many issues there. And then there are other types of personalities and experiences, and I think just as we all have our own personal backgrounds and experiences, in the electric guitar, some of us went to conservatory and played Bach violin partitas and sonatas and Scarlatti sonatas, and then turned to the electric guitar later. Others now were shredding when they were 15 or 16. And so the varied backgrounds that we bring to it, which really don't translate, or we don't find analogs anywhere else, because a cellist that plays with, a touring string quartet, there's a kind of traditional education there. So I think I'm off on another tangent. I realize that. I'm really sorry, but yeah, I think it's the individual. It's the soul of the composer, their language and their style with which I try to engage very intensely. And then, of course, I invite everyone that I possibly can to come and visit me in my studio, and we talk about instruments, we talk about electronics, digital versus analog. That's a big topic, and then we talk about amplification and sound projection, and I think those for me are the three big pylons, because obviously if you have a semi-hollow body guitar from Gibson from the 60s, that's going to sound different than one of these Ibanez shredding instruments, which is going to sound different than a Tele, which is going to sound different than a Les Paul. So they have to wrestle with that, and some of them have to confront the fact that there are different possibilities with each. And then we go into effects and, again, projection. So I think it's a very, I strive toward a very personal engagement with whomever I start working, and try to meet them on their level, but invite them to meet me on my level, and then see how that process and that negotiation works out. Obviously, there's this whole topic of, do they have experience with the electric guitar as players, or are they just coming at this from a completely different angle? So now I've just added 5 or 6 more threads, so let everybody else pick them up.
Thanks, Seth. You were great, and yeah, I know this feeling of, right, it's so well, and again, this is the nature of the beast, isn't it? Right? I was, as I woke up this morning, I thought, okay, what is the electric guitar even, right? Like, do we need to start there? We don't need to go back there, but yes, this is a really slippery discussion, right? Which is fantastic, though. I think it's a testament to why we're all here and why we all need to be here, because there's so many of these questions, right? So Seth, what you did do there possibly was actually kind of set us up to maybe move into kind of this next loose subtopic of one of the things that of maybe just looking at literally kind of maybe the practical, the performance, the pedagogy, those aspects. One of the loose topics that was bounced around by us in an email thread before today's session was literally this really direct kind of question as to, you know, what skills do we need? What are we talking about here with the electric guitar within art music, but all of these bleed overs with the fact that we all come from such different traditions and different experiences. So what are the skills? What are the, you know, literally then the technical skills, right? If we were all here as addressing the classical guitar repertoire, we'd all know kind of fundamentally what you've got to be able to do with your left hand and your right hand, right? And so is there a benefit here to spending maybe 15 minutes talking about, as practitioners, your perspective on that? What do we need to come to this field to be robust and successful? Seth, in particular, this of course ties into your first volume and ongoing second volume of the Bärenreiter book, which I think is a really important an important artifact for us here. So Andrew, maybe I'll go around the circle again. Sorry, Seth, I'm going to leave you till the end again. But Andrew, do you want to just spend a couple minutes with that?
Oh, sure. A couple minutes? Okay.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
So I think if I can sum it down or just give like one experience, it actually really goes off of something that Seth was just saying. It's something that's really unique or very interesting to the electric guitar, is that when people write for it, or when electric guitar repertoire in, let's just say, new art music is kind of created, it's kind of coming from all these sorts of different like sociological experiences and these different kind of generational differences and these different kinds of locational differences and all these kinds of things, which I think is something that's super interesting about it. It can be problematic, but it can also be really exciting at the same time. So like one example I think about a lot when I hear people play electric guitar in new music contexts, or when I see like new pieces for electric guitar and things like that, is I think a lot about one of my close collaborators, Aaron Santillan, who's also an electric guitarist composer. And we both come from a similar kind of upbringing background in terms of playing electric guitar in kind of like progressive hardcore bands of sorts. So I mean, like as like a teenager, I was always really interested in tone, like sound production, effects, aggression, and like wide dynamic shifts, creating textures. What else? And not so much about some sort of like a technical virtuosity of sorts. It's more about like style and intent and things like that. And we both kind of have different paths after a certain point, because then I went to go do an undergrad, and we both did undergrads in music, but I did a classical guitar undergrad. So I have all of a sudden picked up all these classical guitar technique things, reading scores a whole lot better. Not that Aaron can't read, but like reading scores a lot better. Playing contrapuntally, that's like a huge one. Playing contrapuntally, right? Versus strumming or versus attack of a pick or things like that. So we both kind of have these kind of different points, and then kind of converged together when we were master's students and met at NYU. And like Aaron always says that she's not the player that I am or something, which I think is false. In a lot of ways, Aaron is a much better player than I am. But Aaron is where we kind of diverge, is we both have kind of a similar aesthetic or a similar kind of expression in our playing, but I have a kind of score contrapuntal background that comes from a certain time and a certain experience that Aaron doesn't necessarily have. Now, at the same time, Aaron is a way more agile player than I am sometimes. So it's kind of an interesting thing, because we're both technically under one umbrella, but it's a different kind of approach that we bring to things, but it's also similar. And I think about that a lot when I see like players who go back and forth between classical and electric sometimes, because there are some electric guitar and new music pieces that really benefit from a certain kind of classical guitar upbringing. And then there's certain ones that benefit from having the sort of style and aggression and expression and intensity that comes with actually not playing scores, that comes with playing in rock bands, or just using like gear. Like I know I've mentioned gear a lot before, and there's been some other comments about gear, but I'll give like one really quick concrete example. Like if you're playing in chamber music, you almost have to know your gear so well so that you don't like click a pedal with a loud foot switch on during a silent section, or like using an isolated power supply versus a daisy chain. Like simple and like seems like minute and seems like so like I can't even think of the word right now, but seems like totally irrelevant things when you're like a gigging rock player to have to know your gear like this. But it becomes so amplified and so apparent when you play in like dynamic chamber music contexts or orchestral backgrounds. And it's stuff that you don't teach, you don't learn in a conservatory background, you don't learn in these things. They come from different experiences and stuff, right? So, I mean, that's just even one thing. I'm not even touching on like the jazz guitar approach or the jazz guitar background to it. Or like Seth mentioned, I even glossed over it when I started talking about pedals, hollow versus solid body guitars, different pickups, different neck scale lengths. Like it's all, like it's all over the place, right? But that's one example, or kind of a concrete example I can give on that.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think, Christelle, you were next in the lineup. Is there anything you'd like to jump in with here?
Okay. I can say that it's a matter of facts, very specific thing, because for me, I need a double culture to play classical and electric and contemporary and improvisation. It's a mix of everything. And obviously for classical music, I studied at conservatory, etc. But electric guitar, it's just by my own, it's just self-taught, because of I began to practice it in pop music, crazy song, or I don't know, and to go to play in clubs, in underground places, not a conservatory auditorium, but it was in parallel. And by this experience, I plug and replug the jacks and connect the devices, and it's an empirical way to learn, to taste, and even the audience is different, so you can yes, taste a very different way to express. The performance in auditorium conservatory, because it's a very religious way of playing, and then you will play in a place where there's noise, and you have to play, and why it's amplified, why your instrument is amplified, because of this area, noisy area, etc. And I realized that there's something to do, maybe, because my passion, my enthusiasm to play this music, because it's thanks to my experience in maybe pop, or I don't know, music, I realized that this experience with plus the classical backgrounds, there's a way to play contemporary music, because it's a link with this. But as you say, Andrew, when you play in ensemble electric guitar, you have to take care to the violinists that they are in front of you, and they are not used to play with amplifier. So you have to manage the level of your instrument. How do you prepare your stuff in order to be ready to rehearse with the conductor, and a lot of things that it's only experience. And how do you have this experience? It happens to you because they call you to play, and I wonder how to transmit all that very precise experiences, and how to prepare it in institutions, because as a contemporary music is not at all very developed in institutions, except when it's a special class. But all that really, because a lot of times guitar players don't play in collective ensemble, are not really used to play with a conductor, you know, and there's I think a lot of things to develop in pedagogy, but I'm not in the place to do that, because but I wonder, because when I have to be replaced in a project, it's not easy to find someone, because not a lot of people can do electric guitar with the sound, with a way to play, and can be in a situation with a classical culture. We need both. We need double culture or multiple culture to play, and it depends on your desire to practice maybe.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Can we jump in? Dan, would you be able to come in next?
Yeah, sure. Great points, both Andrew and Christelle. Yeah, I mean, this is also sort of a huge topic, and it's everything. I think what Christelle points out about some sort of generalized awareness of the expectations of playing with the conductor, for instance, that's a really important sort of component. But the way it filters in specifically to electric guitar, I think relates to, say, if you have a lot of sort of external objects you're using on the instrument, and you know, the kind of planning that you need to be aware that, okay, I need to, the way I had that set up, I mean, it's sort of mundane, but the way I had that set up in my practice room is not going to be necessarily available for me in the rehearsal space or on stage. And I need to really plan out very specifically, like where are all my little toys going to be, and how am I going to get them, and in what way am I going to be able to get them that's not disruptive to the sort of overall flow of the piece, and that allows me to still look at the conductor and back at the score and all this stuff. It's in a lot of ways, it's like it's the mapping on of a percussion paradigm onto a different instrument. So I think that's one end of what we do. And as Seth pointed out, I think, which is also a really important factor to this, understanding where the soul of this music is coming from. Is it coming from this very sort of deconstructive place of, okay, we're not going to look at this as the conventional guitar. We're going to look at this as a component of metal and other sort of materials, and what kinds of sounds can it make? And that's that's a sort of percussion shaped timbral experimentation place. Being open to that kind of music making is such a different feeling than playing just a fully written out part with a lot of notes and dynamics. And I do think it's obviously it's incumbent upon us to be fluent in all of these different ways of playing, but it's also a real challenge. And I can't think of too many other eras in music where musicians were expected to have that wide of a range of fluidity. So this notion of what it means to be a new music player is really sort of like, it's meaningless in a way, you know, because it means you're supposed to be able to do everything. And also be an improviser that somehow magically can sort of like go from noise-based improvisation to a sort of like free atonality, free jazz space to possibly playing over changes. And it's just, that's also what makes it very exciting, of course. But in terms of the sort of, if we were just going to say, well, there's a student, they really want to play new music on electric guitar, what are the skills they need? I guess, I think just a sort of the base level of reading and being able to realize a part that's conventionally written and playing in good rhythm, obviously, and being able to play with the conductor and being able to play in chamber music. That's on one side. And then on the other side, it probably really just opens up to being very open to the possibility that you might have to engage in this very extensive sound sculpting type process, which is less in a way about any specific set of skills as it is about a certain kind of orientation towards willingness and openness to that process. And even when it might push up against the part of you that has a certain fixed idea of training and what it means to play your instrument, you know. But I feel like that probably goes for a lot of instruments as well, because many works in that kind of style will be approaching different instruments similarly. It wouldn't be unique to the electric guitar. But I don't know. I also feel like I went off in a lot of different directions. So
yeah, I think this is where we all are. But I think again, actually, we're all doing heroically well to actually kind of encapsulate these large topics into little subtopics. Ruben, would you like to jump in?
Yes, I mean, I was thinking that maybe I was quite lucky because I was really gradually like in the ensemble orchestral things, and also with electric guitar, because I went in Bern at Hochschule to study with Elena Casoli, and then attended like the Darmstadt Ferienkursen with Tom Powell, Sharon Deutsch, and then I was also like in the Lucerne Festival Academy. That is an academy that they really follow you. They really teach you how to stay like in orchestra, how to stay like an ensemble. I was there like with both, with classical guitar and electric guitar. So I think that for me, I was maybe lucky because when I was studying, at the same point, I learned how to stay like in ensemble, or how to create a sound, like how to play like chamber music with classical guitar and electric guitar. So I didn't have this hole between like the two instruments. And also with electric guitar, I really started like the contemporary music. And I was lucky also because I had somebody who was teaching me basically what it was the best things to do, like in ensemble, like the pedals, and just be careful about like everything is in order when you have to use like objects. So for me it was really gradually, but maybe because I studied at Hochschule, and then during these courses where they were really focused also like on the electric guitar. So I was lucky. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Seth, could you?
Thank you, everyone, because it's all such vital. The discourse is so vital and vibrant and provocative and inspiring. I think Ruben just touched on something really important, which set off all sorts of bells and gongs in my head, apropos percussion. Because I want to get back to Dan's point too about the percussion paradigm and the choreography involved in what we're doing sometimes. But I think what Ruben said, and this is the generational gap, which is really very clear right now, in that we're in a different place now in the sort of larger continuum of music history, but also musical education and pedagogy, where it's actually possible to go to university or go to a conservatory now and study with someone who actually has experience with both instruments. So there are about 4 or 5 on the European continent right now who can offer that kind of training. Elena and Jürgen and Tom, and in Switzerland, there's also in Lucerne, Mats, and I'm probably leaving a few names out, unfortunately, but all of these people have had now a couple of decades of experience playing ensemble, playing chamber music, playing with orchestra, and with the electric guitar, with varying degrees of sort of intensity, let's put it that way. And there's a two-pronged thing there, and that is all of these people actually whom I just mentioned are also really experienced ensemble and orchestral players, so that they can talk about the standard repertoire, quote unquote, with guitar, classical guitar, whether it be classical guitar or electric guitar, and they can start addressing some of the issues involved in electric guitar performance. So we are at, Ruben says he's lucky, and in a way he is lucky. In my case, it was learning by doing. And I was lucky in a different way because I had such amazing colleagues and friends and all the people that I sort of, reached out to or came in touch with over the years that taught me about studio work and production work and A and Bing and all the things involved in sound sculpting on one hand, and on another hand, a lot of just experience and learning by doing. So, I mean, I have a rough sense about a kind of curriculum which might marry a lot of the worlds. I think what really hasn't been mentioned, I think specifically in this circle, is the experience with electronic music, and that is, and I kind of want to just backtrack a little bit to my collaborations with composers, and a lot of the really not only successful but the really stimulating ones and very sort of challenging ones on a certain level were with people that had a lot of experience doing sound synthesis and programming, and they were involved with projection. I'm thinking about somebody like Richard Barrett, and they bring a certain sensitivity because they're so experienced with electronic and computer music. They bring a certain sensitivity to our arena, and working with them is a much different experience than with somebody who, on occasion dabbed with synthesizer here or there, but never really took serious courses in electronic music. So that, I think, is something that, in terms of the skill set that we're talking about, I would say, I would have loved 2 semesters of sound synthesis, and now, of course, programming Max and Super Collider work, et cetera, et cetera. So getting to know some of the basic hardware that a lot of composers are using, I think that would be an extraordinary contribution to any, let's say, student's curriculum. And I think the conducting thing or learning how to function in ensemble, well, I was lucky in that I was really the only one that wanted to play in contemporary ensemble during my studies. And I was like, let's do this and let's do this, and I will, spend the time learning it. And so I had it in school, and so when I got out, I wasn't freaking out and getting dizzy on stage with conductors. But that's not every student's experience. So I think that in conservatory or college, this issue needs to be addressed, because anyway, the firmament is much different right now, and there's so many more opportunities. There's so much more repertoire involving guitar and electric guitar. So I think this whole issue of playing under a stick is really important and needs to be addressed by the institutions, I think, in a more specific manner than it has been in the past. And I think electronics, just being able to read a schematics would be really helpful. Just to understand, why does a rat sound like a rat, and why does a tube screamer sound like a tube screamer? And I mean, if you understood the schematics, then boop, you kind of have the answer right away. So I think a little bit more kind of hardware oriented focus during the studies would be really important. And I mean, I just think in the very end, high level musicianship, because that's unbeatable. If you are not a sensitive and astute musician that really understands, first of all, I mean, intellectually, the sort of music that you're performing and engaging with. And you have the chops. I mean, it's the marrying of all of those different, let's say, parameters. So first of all, you have to learn how to hear and listen and develop your technique. But yeah, there's a lot of hardware to have to deal with. It's not like just having a classical guitar and either, okay, I'm a spruce player, or no, I'm a cedar player, and no, I prefer these D'Addario strings as opposed to those. No, it's really our world is complicated, and it takes time to get to know the ins and outs of all of this machinery and all of the incredible sort of options and choices that we have. So yeah, I think maybe that's a kind of outline of some of the, what I would say, general skills that one might need. I suppose I could draw this out a little further, but I'll stop there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, great stuff. Well, so what I'm conscious of is it's 2:30 here, so we've had an hour. Amy has messaged to say that we can just stretch out for maybe another extra 10 minutes or so. So I'll say again, thank you so much. I know those were two, while my intention was to try to slightly manage the hour. Again, some exploding topics there, but what I really appreciate is really hearing from all of you as kind of practitioners really in the field, your perspectives on these topics. Perhaps what we can, again, and kind of tying it together, maybe in this last 10 minutes, the topics have come up, even though we've had these really practical conversations that I think are really important to have. The sociological, cultural, critical has come up time and again, right? And how that leans upon all of our experiences in this more practical realm of composer, collaborators, practitioners, performers, skill sets. With the electric guitar, coming back to the kind of the small galaxy that we're talking about, of course, the guitar, a lot of the research and the academic writing around the guitar has been done from a socio-cultural perspective, right? And again, hence why I think it's really important to have kind of the robust practical discussions that we've just had in that past hour. With that being said, though, about the guitar, I think, again, as we're talking about the guitar, if we're going to touch at all upon kind of socio-cultural critical issues, we've got to talk about, we don't have to, but I will point in the way of the guitar and gender, right? So the guitar is historically gendered as a male instrument, the electric guitar even more so, with its associations with technology. I think, again, the guitar is just clearly this fascinating instrument, right? Because it has so much agency. It is so culturally profound. It has such a hierarchy. But again, there are some issues with diversity and representation. And I think, of course, I, for myself, will say that I'm incredibly lucky to be living through this time where there are conversations about this going on all the time. So I don't think we've got time to do what we've just done. I would love to, where we go through, but my thought here might just be to say, so how are we doing? What do we think? Where are we with this really important issue around the electric guitar? A guitar, again, that has in some ways this ability to unite globally, right? And culturally on so many different levels, but there are also some clear issues with representation. So where are we? Where are we at, fellow guitarists? And what, in a real nutshell, do we need to keep talking about? And maybe kind of a primary discussion around culture and the social aspects of the guitar. That's my let you loose, go for it. Who would like to jump in?
I can say something quick if you like.
Please.
If you're asking the how are we doing question and you want a frank answer, I would probably say not well, to be honest, or at least not as well as it really could be. I'll say really quickly, like what I'm really concerned about, and these ideas of equity and diversity are actually really tied deeply to my practice as well, which is a whole long story that we don't have time for. But what I mainly focus on is, and this is related to electric guitar, considering the spaces that I can occupy in. Something that I like to see more within like the new music field in terms of like fostering diversity is more like attention to the space that things are presented in, or the communities that something are presented to or presented for. And that comes from my background in organizing DIY punk shows, but it also comes from my background in being one of the only cis white men who I collaborate with in New York, or when I was in New York. But essentially what I mean is that I don't think it's really, it's start, but I don't think it's really enough to just program the music by marginalized or underrepresented composers. We have to think about like the audience of who has access to this, the spaces and what it's being performed, like who the music is still for, because it's not really like decolonization if we're just programming this music and then presenting it in a colonial framework. So that's something like I think about a lot. And just one really quick example is like the two pieces that I'm playing next are by a Black non-binary composer and an Iranian American composer. And both of them are close collaborators, close friends that I worked long times with these pieces. And those pieces can operate because of the electric guitar and amplification, and because of the things that are involved, can operate in a number of different spaces. So I've played like Yaz's piece in concert halls, in conservatories, and I've also played it at like noise house shows and I don't know where else, art galleries, like open installation art galleries. Just a really, really quick example. So I think a lot about access, and I think about the space that we're putting these ideas in, because I think that's the thing where we need to kind of put some attention at. But anyway, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, great, thank you. And just to clarify, those pieces you were talking about, they will be played just after this panel on the kind of the next lecture session, correct?
I think they're literally coincidentally immediately next. Not to plug, but you know.
No, absolutely brilliant, but perfect programming. Anybody else would like to again? I recognize I've opened a complete can of worms again. I'm sorry, but. Daniel, yes,
no, it's an important can of worms, and thank you for opening it. And I guess from my perspective, having sort of done some of this work for a few decades now, I do feel like there are some encouraging signs, especially with respect to gender, at least from the composer end. Obviously, I mean, it's really wonderful and encouraging to see how many female players are getting involved in this kind of music, but we want to see much more of that. From the composition end, if I think without even prompting myself to think about the gender of composers writing for electric guitar, immediate names that come to mind, many of them are women. Olga Neuwirth has written so extensively and so well for electric guitar. Chaya Cherniwin, of course, has her famous piece Sahaf. Anne Clear has written some really great music for electric guitar. I mean, I'm on the spot, so I'm going to blank on a lot of other names. But I think that on the gender side, composer-wise representation, we're seeing some really great things happening. Electric guitar is such a strange, because of some of the stuff Seth was talking about, that it is often an outgrowth of some sort of other genre background that a composer has. It can be very reflective of the representation issues in that other subgenre. And so I would say my experience is that there isn't a great representation of BIPOC composers writing for electric guitar in my experience, but it might just be that music isn't coming across my radar yet. And that would be wonderful to see. And I think everybody is invested in trying to do what we can to try to make that happen. And some of that will go hand in hand with larger efforts outside of just simply the guitar world to stimulate more of that kind of collaboration. So, yeah.
Yeah, if I could just say something right now, just briefly. We've had this situation in Europe where, for instance, let's just talk about composition, where now the largest festival curators and promoters have sort of come up with this manifesto that by the year, I don't know, maybe it's 25, that 50% of the works presented in these festivals need to be by female composers, and that's I think it's already moving it'll be there earlier in a way. And just like Dan said, I mean, it's really some of the most stimulating and fascinating works, which have included the electric guitar, have been, written by women composers during the past 5 years, 10 years, and there's some dynamite talent out there. And being in Central Europe, there's a kind of infrastructure here for the curation of new art music, and I see that there's amazing talent being cultivated and supported right now. And obviously the pandemic has just thrown a monkey wrench into some of the momentum, but in terms of creativity and let's say dissemination, things are changing so radically right now that I think it's almost impossible to really, get a full hold on it. And the last thing I wanted to say is, I don't have a lot of contact with the classical guitar ghetto. I really don't. I've been out of it for such a long time. But every time I sort of take a peek and check out what's going on, I am just completely stunned. I mean, if I compare it to what was in existence when I studied, when I was a young professional, let's say, in the late 80s, early 90s, it's changed. I mean, the face of the classical guitar has changed so much in just, let's say, a decade and a half or 2 decades. I mean, some of the leading protagonists are fabulous, fabulous female guitarists, and I think that this will there will be osmosis. This will sort of seep into the electric guitar too at a certain moment. Maybe we're not entirely there yet. I mean, we don't really feel that kind of movement happening, but it will happen. I just think it's a kind of force of nature right now, and I embrace it and welcome it because the contributions have been really amazing on all levels, the creativity level, but also the musicality that's being brought. And I mean, maybe we're not doing so great in the electric guitar community, but the classical guitar community absolutely is, I think, doing fabulous work there, and we'll see that change.
Great, thank you. Ruben, would you like to jump in for just a couple more minutes? We've just got a couple more minutes, so maybe Ruben and Christelle, you guys can just come in quickly.
Maybe Christelle could say something. I would prefer if she can jump in before me.
Thank you. It's really difficult to talk about that just now quickly, but I can see that because I am in the professional way since 20 years ago maybe. And I see something changes last years, more and more female composers, not enough, but it's so cultural and socio-cultural problem in every way, because composer is a way of powerful. So it's like it's really close to patriarchal way of life, So it's difficult to change all the things now, but it comes a lot and lot. And about electric guitar female, yes, it's I see it's I don't know a lot, except maybe Michael Jackson's really, really famous guitar player. But in our contemporary music or improvised, experimental, there are more and more, but not enough. But I realize because I can. I am close to students in Conservatoire of Paris, and sometimes I propose to come with me, and I can share some project with young female guitarists. But it's not easy to give the desire to share some enthusiastic way of playing with that. And because you have to practice, it's like when in classical music you maybe you practice your scales, your arpeggios or something. For the electric guitar you have to explore, to experiment, to improvise, to play with the drummer, to do a lot of things to feel the instrument. And maybe the occasions are not so easy for a woman. I don't know why, but maybe social, because when you are a teenager maybe you play in your garage with your friends, and maybe it's not the same for for girls. I don't know, it's a shame. but it changes, because I can see it, because I play a lot with contemporary French jazz music, and I can feel that there are more and more musicians that are interested in explore. So it's going on. I think
there's movement.
Better and better.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Ruben, did you just want to jump in give us our last word?
Yeah, I mean, just thanks to everybody. It was really beautiful. Thanks for the discussion. Yeah, I mean, about the electric guitar player, I have this feeling that there are not really enough female. I mean, I just know few of them. So I think that we can work to have like more, to do like that. The electric guitar will be like more inclusive for sure. It's one of the aims that we should do. And about this composition, I think that also I'm again lucky. Maybe this is like really like a generation thing, but I really grew up with the idea that we really have to be careful about this. So every time also that I play concerts, I'm really careful not to play always the same repertoire, but also to choose. I mean, also like not only about female, but to be really like open about the repertoire. And also maybe like in Italy we are really lucky. I mean, I'm Italian, so we have really good young composer like Clara Iannotta, she's writing a lot for electric guitar. Gioia Lorusso, and she's also writing a lot for electric guitar. So I think that for about the composition we will have a lot of good repertoire, and we still have. So I'm really confident. We have to work on it, but I'm really confident.
Yeah, great. There you go. That's the word to end on this discussion with, right? So, and yes, for those of you who are in the Zoom room, there's a whole really great list of representatives in terms of what we are discussing here. So within that being said, what I'm really aware of is that we are so out of time. And thank you, Amy, for giving us a little bit of extra time. What I also really want to just say is thank you so much to the panelists for bringing your experience and bringing your insights. And I, again, really apologize just opening all of these cans of worms and expect you guys to stay into the cans, and we've done incredibly well. I'm also really aware that I think maybe we'd next need to have just an electric guitar conference next. So there you go. We'll talk about that. So again, thank you so much. Thank you for your time today and for your insights, and look forward to seeing you all soon. We'll take a brief break and then be back to watch Andrew and some other performers coming up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks all. Thank you, Kate.
Bye.
I move
to what moves me.
I want something terrible to happen. I wanna see the biggest places. Something like, thank God. 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 wonder if water I wonder if water is sliding down. I wonder if water I wonder if water is sliding down. I wonder if water remembers being an ocean. Or anything beautiful. Or anything beautiful. Or anything beautiful. Or anything beautiful. Or anything beautiful.
Lovely. Coming live. Dr. Stringlove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Natural Harmonic. Daniel Haidt.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.